All right, hello, folks. Welcome to. Um, won't be a boring stream for me, but it might be for you. Been trying to crank out um, this article tutorial actually, and it's been a bit of a struggle because I keep getting distracted. So I thought, let me use the live streaming to help me focus, since that's worked in the past. So what I'm working on is I've been doing a bunch of playing around with HTMX, making some mistakes that maybe other people don't make, but that I made, and also increase my understanding of how it works and how to use it. And so this is basically a tutorial that pulls together all that information into an article that is hopefully useful for other folks. So let's get to it. Let's click over here. And let me check on that. Okay. I'm also using a new technique for playing playing audio, a little music in the background. So let me know if it's obtrusive, annoying, or uh, otherwise if it's okay. All right. So one thing I found out, I had made a mistake in one of my usages, or a couple of usages, where when you're specifying how the information is going to be swapped in the DOM. Basically, I've got an element and I want to swap it with something else. So I have a button, I want to swap it with a different button, or maybe I want to swap the button out completely. And so there are various ways to swap. And for someone who's coming from the JavaScript browser background, right, where you've written a bunch of this stuff and maybe you're using I don't know if you'd pick this up if you're purely using a framework or library, but certainly if you were writing sort of raw JavaScript, a lot of these swapping types would be second nature, because it turns out that these are part of the JavaScript browser API, with what's called insert adjacent. Let me go look that up. So there's an API called insert adjacent HTML, and you basically call it on a DOM element. So maybe you've got a reference to a div and you want to replace it in some way or replace its internals. And so it takes these different position strings. So these are strings. Um, and it accepts one of these four values. So these match, right, before begin, after begin, before end, and after end. These match HTMX's basically these four. The delete, I don't know if that's any kind of standard. Inner HTML and outer HTML are actually properties of DOM elements. So these are parameters sent to the insert adjacent HTML, or insert adjacent element, whatever you want. But the other inner HTML and outer HTML are properties, and delete is a method. So we can see here inner HTML is a property. And I don't know if they call it remove. So I posted an issue because I thought, like the fact that this inner HTML and outer HTML are case sensitive is potentially problematic. Was certainly confusing to me. Not only would it not work if you didn't have all four of these letters uppercase, what's worse is you wouldn't get notification that that's a problem. So I'm fine if they want this, right, case sensitive. Would, basically suggested that that should be documented, because if you call, let's say, the underlying JavaScript method for insert adjacent HTML and you don't use one of these, you will get a syntax error exception if it's not one of the four listed values. HTMX does not do anything. If it doesn't match any of these, it basically just ignores it, and uses some default, which I think is a mistake. Um, because if I specify inner HTML but don't capitalize it correctly, I will not know until I see incorrect behavior. Hey there, Astrid. Nice to see you. So anyway, that's just something that is, really have to think about. And this is sort of a general thing, is like you have to think about who's your audience. And if your audience is folks who are not JavaScript developers, then you have to be, first of all, it's extra hard if you are a JavaScript developer because this stuff is innate. And you might not even think about capitalizing inner HTML in any different way. But if you come from other languages where it's common to capitalize it differently, like I do in Java, and you're not having any kind of strictness, where you're basically warning or in the console, then that leads to a very frustrating experience, as I had. And I've had folks disagree with me, saying, "Well, it needs to be precise." And it's like, well, I'm fine with that. But if you're going to say that it must be this and cannot be capitalized differently, and that's not documented here, and there's an assumption that one knows that capitalization is important, um, that's a mistake. That's an assumption. And in documentation, you want to reduce assumptions, potentially, hopefully eliminating them. All right. So that's what I've learned recently, sort of where does this come from? Where do these things come from? So these two are the properties of DOM elements. These come from the insert adjacent HTML. This is just, they decided delete. Why not remove? I don't know. And then there's none. So it's kind of, it's one of those, is if you're going to claim consistency, well, that's why we're using after begin and before begin spelled that way, and inner HTML and outer HTML capitalized that way, then delete is inconsistent. And I know it may seem like I'm being pedantic, but you have to be pedantic in documentation because you can't make assumptions. And if you start mixing things up, like, well, these are properties, so you have to know that. These are parameters to a method, so you have to know that. And this one has nothing to do with anything other than it does a remove. So it calls a remove on the DOM element. I'm fine with that being what they decided, but then it requires a little bit of extra documentation. So I hope to achieve at least that in my in the article I'm writing or tutorial. So let's go to that. That's this. Let me do an update. Let's see. Oh, I got a merge situation. All right, let's figure that out. So we'll grab these. And we'll grab that. And we'll grab that. And we'll grab So I basically had split up into the notes and the article. So actually, let me put this into my notes as well. Okay. And what's the reference? The reference is this. Well, that's the reference for the other ones. These properties come from here. And there. Okay. So always the hard part of these articles is sort of starting them. But I do. Let me go find it. Where is it? File. I think that's the latest. So what I was doing is I was creating a mind map. So I decided when I was what I wanted this tutorial to be is eventually build something non-trivial, not overly complex, but something that would demonstrate all of the things that I want to show. And so eventually, the tutorial will end up having a little tic-tac-toe game. So something where it's live updates, multiplayer, um, with built-in chat, things like that. So basically targeting different elements and having the state on the server and things like that. Yeah, I use that too. I basically say, can you write me sort of the subheadings for an article, because it does overcome that blank page syndrome. And yes, I definitely don't like what it does. So it's a lot easier to edit than write from scratch. I may do that. So that's my overall goal. Even though I haven't fully finished the code for this, I now know how I would do it. So what I want to start with are uh, the sort of the basics of HTMX and sort of what its purpose is. Um, I wonder what ChatGPT would say, since HTMX didn't really exist a lot. I don't know if ChatGPT's training data includes much of it. We could try it. See. It's always so freaking verbose. Like in the realm of web development and data retrieval. I mean, seriously? I mean, I could probably adjust it and have it write it more casually, but the other thing that this helps with is sort of seeing where I want to elaborate. So let's see. See, I don't want like bullet points. Like I don't want that, but that's all right. It gives me sort of direction. Yes, in the realm is a great is great for an RPG. Your mission. All right. I think this is something to start with. So let's paste this in here. Let's use a paste to state. Mm, yeah, that's why I said this might be boring. I'll make sure to say out loud if I need some thoughts. Thanks. So I think I want to try and avoid because it's very tempting for me to go into a whole discussion of hypermedia and the benefits, and I think I want to avoid that because I think the HTMX site um, has quite uh, basically handles that really well. They've got um, all the good essays, so I'm just going to refer to those. Um, Somewhere he does mention this idea of islands of interactivity. Activity. Where is that? Interesting. He's using islands of interactivity here in a way that's different. Uh, and I was sort of conceiving it. So where does that come from? I wonder if that's the first reference. So Fernando uh, talks about islands of interactivity is the name given to interactive components. So question is, what is an interactive component? Um, yeah, I mean that's talking more about components, which is a separate thing. Uh, Maybe I won't reference that. So in static HTML, no interaction of a page. Um, yeah, so I think the intent of islands of interactivity is more around where I don't know. The way he's using it is as a self-contained component that knows how to do something and then uh, get the updated state from the server. But the way Carson writes it in his article is more about uh, where there's actually front end interaction before it finally pushes something to the back end. So this idea of drag and drop. So there's interaction that's happening on the front end, and it isn't until you sort of drop it. So there's interaction, there's animation and interactivity happening, and it's held on the front end until you basically let go and drop it, and then that gets communicated to the back end. And so you could say and you could further say that's a component that you'd like to reuse, but um, that gets into what a component is. But so there's going to be some things, and this is where HTMX by itself is insufficient. You probably want something like Alpine or other sort of very light frameworks that do things that are purely for front end for the user. So there's things where it's like, I'm going to edit this thing. So you click a button and now you edit it and you hit submit. I still think of that as sort of an island of interactivity, but I don't want to sort of diffuse the term. So it's basically just interactions with the state on the server. I'm not sure. I don't want to go too deep into that because I want to let folks read the specific essays on the HTMX site, and I want to focus pretty much on, like, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this introduction. I want to get right into here's how you do it. Yeah, I'm just not going to use the term islands of interactivity because I think that's a, a rat hole I don't want to get into. Not to be confused with a rabbit hole. So let's see. So new time leaf. So Spring MVC plus time leaf gives us server-side generated web apps. But if we don't write any JavaScript, um, let's see. So I can get rid of ChatGPT stuff. Um, okay. Do I want? I think I want. Let's see. What do I have next in my outline? The next section, then, I think, is where we'll start to introduce um, the attributes. So the question is, do I create uh, yeah, I think I'll create an example without HTMX and then show how to um, do it with HTMX. So so there's a tangent about who decides what the button says. So if we use the example that I have in here, where is it? So where the button basically cycles the state of the server through 3 different states. You could certainly implement that using just regular Spring MVC time leaf. Click a button, reloads the page. Do do I want to go down the road of who decides what the button should say? That's the question. Um, where is, oh, here it is. So I think it gets a little bit into hypermedia, but I think that's useful. Because it is an aspect of testability. Let's say we have a simple application, simple application page that what that object is yet, but it cycles it through three states. What are the three states? Um, that's in the no. Where is it? State change actions. That's in the that's in the state change controller. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll do timer. Yeah, and that's sort of the yeah, there's sort of two aspects to HTMX, and I actually think I mean they're both useful, and you get away with just updating some state on a part of the page. But I think what's really powerful is the hypermedia, and that takes it sort of to the next level. And I think that the testability is then much easier. Hey, Sweetie. So I'm having trouble. Maybe I'll come up with a different example, but for now, I'm going to use the example of a timer that has three different states, um, waiting to start, running, and done. But if somebody has an idea for other multi-state things, don't hold back. So the idea is there's a button. Um, so here's what the page looks like. And I'll just sketch that out because I don't want to. So and we have text that is and then we've got some buttons. I think something like that. Actually, the states are different. States. Three states if we just want to do that. So if it's sort of an elapsed timer. I'd like another example because an elapsed timer feels like it needs to be more live and like my ensemble timer and show the current time. Um, well, I'll see if I can come up with a different example. Oh, it's going to bug me for a different example. It's not a timer. Um, hmm. If you want to explore me doing some videos with some ideas that you have, the best way to do that is join my Discord and contact me there. And you can join the Discord through that link. So one thing that might be a bit more compelling is sort of a time tracker. Then I don't have to have sort of this, well, where do I see the timer running, uh, kind of kind of thing. So let's say this is task timer. That way we can have sort of a task. Um, yeah, I like that better. So a task timer has sort of three states. Uh, it's active. So you start it, you stop it. I guess it only has two states, but then there's sort of an additional state. Uh, let's see. So it'd be, yeah, it's sort of like a stopwatch, but for a task. So there's like lots of these task timers, and you say, I'm working on this task. You start it, and then maybe pause it, and then you resume it, and then you basically say, okay, this task is done. And so the three states would be waiting to start, running, and completed. Um, well, is that really the state of the task? Sure, because I created a task, but I haven't started it yet. I started it. It's very much like a timer, but it gets away a bit from having to see that timer, and then I can introduce that later. Let's get away from my original project, but this might be good too. Hey there, Gaffa. I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but sounds like a plan. Okay. So I think that's what this will look like. So if we have these three buttons, it means that they can't. So uh, only one of those buttons. It makes no sense to uh, to complete a task that hasn't started. Nor does it make sense to pause, resume a timer that hasn't been paused. So we want the buttons to reflect the current state of the task. So it can be in one of where could so the decision logic could be in the JavaScript. But if we're talking about time leaf, then it could be in the time leaf. Is that 3 places or 2 places? I guess 3 places. Well, let's enumerate them. What is that? Is it switch or case? Ugh, it's so annoying. And it's hard to specify. I want 3.1. Um, okay, it is th switch. That's much harder to search for than it should be. Okay. So one place we could do the decision making in the timely template. Another place is so in the controller can return one of several pages. And the third option, what's the third option? What's the third option? Is there a third option that's only Spring MVC and Timeleaf? I guess you could use fragments, but that's still the same thing. It's still a template page. Or I could do what I do in an ensembler, which is so this current state of the task, which would be the text of the button and the end point. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was doing for step 3 Sweegie. Is basically what I do in Ensembler is I have a list, and then each thing has an attribute, whether it's enabled or not, or visible. Well, if it's there, it's visible. Uh, what I don't, and then what do I do? That's in my uh, which controller is that? That's in the register. That's a registration form. Um, oh, right. That's in the ensemble view, ensemble summary view. Right. So what we have is a status, and it has some display links. But in terms, here it is. So basically, I do have the endpoint it hits when you click on post. So sort of predefined what a button would look like, um, and the end, basically the text and the endpoint. That's what I've got. And so eventually I probably want to create examples of each one of these, but not now. And for the first version of this article, I'm not going to include those. Um, so the problem with number 1 so that would require something like HTML unit, which I don't like. Um, the problem with number 2 is that you have to Um, what's the other downside of that? So there's no logic in the front end, in the template itself. You do have to keep several pages. Um, yeah, I don't know if there are any other downsides, but require more templates. I'm going to need to provide examples here because there's no way that's understandable without seeing the examples. Uh, so that's a good question. The audience that I'm aiming at are those who are Spring Boot Java developers who are at least somewhat familiar with Timeleaf. Um, and I think I'm laying out the reason. Uh, so these are the options without using HTMX, and folks might not be aware of all these options. It might be they might be familiar with Timeleaf and say, well, the if and switch are good, but may not understand what the downsides are. Um, so these are the possibilities without HTMX, and now I'm going to bring in um, why HTMX might be better in this case. Hey there, Durham. So the fourth option is um, oh, all right. I think now we're at the point where I've got to write these examples. I was hoping to push that off a bit more, but I think I've got to write them. So once I have these examples, then we can dive into basically how does HTMX work? And that gets us into target and swap and so on. All right, so let's go to our demo project. And so let's go ahead and create a new page. Yeah, if you don't know what time leaf is, I'm going to have to just say, go read about time leaf. I think, though, the examples are straightforward enough that it won't require a deep understanding of time leaf. But I do not want to explain what time leaf is, because otherwise I will never finish this thing. I have an entire cookbook on time leaf that remains unfinished for that reason. Let's see. So what page do I want to copy? Let's copy this page. This is the targeting demo. Yeah, so let's copy this. So this is the example. Okay, and what did I say? Option 1 is so let's copy this. This is time leap besides. So let's write our controller for that. So this is time leaf besides controller. So we make the get request to get the page, and then we have a post request to change the state. And this needs to go in templates. And then the post mapping. So this get mapping is something. Same endpoint here. And here we just redirect to that. So so leave the ID in class. We'll take out the HX stuff. And we'll take that out from here. In here, we need the time leaf XML. And so that's the button. We get rid of all of this. So this now becomes a submit button. And then this becomes a form. So action, ph action. And method equals post. So what does that look like? I guess I don't need the background of green. Okay. Oh man, that hits home. The only advice I have is just write it and post it. There's always going to be folks who judge whether they actually know more or not. And there will likely be folks who know more. I mean, why am I writing this? There are clearly people who know more about this than I do, who've actually already written a book on this. So Wim has written a book called Modern Front Ends with Time Leaf and HTMX. So why am I writing this? I feel I have a different way of explaining it in a way that sort of tracks with how I learned it. So write it not. I think what can help is writing it as this is what worked for me and this is how I learned it and this is how I understand it, and not from some this is the way to do it, this is the right way, the only right way to do it, because there are many right ways to do things. And so again, sort of come at it from this is how I see the world and this is how I see this thing that I want to talk about. And so, clean, testable, maintainable code is great. And the more people that talk about their experiences and viewpoints on it, the better. I'll say this even though I know there's a difference between knowing it and doing it. But just like we have lots and lots of different books on the same topic and articles on the same topic and music, right? Why write more music? There's already music that does everything. It's like, yes, but you have your own voice, your own flavor, and that means it's not. That means it might be useful. So, for example, I definitely appreciate the work that's gone into a book like that. This book by one of these days I'll pronounce his name correctly. Wim de Blau, I think. And so, but there's stuff about it that doesn't work for me. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Doesn't mean it's bad. Doesn't mean it's not worth reading and worth purchasing. I think it is. But I found this book and his previous book to almost jump in too quickly. So it didn't quite work for me. It took me a lot more effort to understand it. And that's just me, right? It's not every book, not every article, not every blog post is going to work for everyone. But the idea is that maybe, you know, for the million people, you know, the one that's already out there works for 80% of them. But maybe the one you'll write will hit those other 20%, or maybe just 10%. And so new people will gain some appreciation or understanding of what you're talking about that they didn't previously have and didn't find with other writing. So that's the way I look at it. There's also the write in anger, not necessarily be angry or be, you know, in any way sort of nasty, but sometimes if you see like, oh, that was really, you know, I have strong feelings about that, then you can use that also to motivate yourself. Yeah, a lot of us struggle with this stuff. Um, so you're welcome. I hope that helped. What's it complaining about here? Oh, that was just highlighted. Okay. So what we want, this example is the one where time leaf decides. So we actually want to put so the question is, what does the button do? Does it hit a different endpoint, or does it pass a parameter? What do I do in Ensembler? So in the member register templates, where there's the input, this is submit. Okay, so I do hit a different endpoint. Let's go that way. Oops. I've got too many windows open. Let's close some. I don't need that one. Don't need that one. Actually, the rest I need. Okay. Why is that pink? I don't understand that. So do I want a different endpoint for each button? Or do I want, so in Ensemble, I do a different endpoint. Yeah, let's do a different endpoint for each one. Hey there, Java Grunt. How you doing, Deshaun? All right, Astrid, have a good night. So this one is then going to be this is going to be start. And so then this is, and these are definitely not RESTful URLs, but I'm not going to worry about that. There's only so much I can do here. So let's duplicate these a few times. So we've got start, pause. Now, I know a lot about staying focused. That's why I'm streaming. Because when I'm streaming, then I have to stay focused. That's why I started streaming. Is like it enabled me to focus on some things. So so this is start different endpoint, pause, zoom, and is it complete? Yeah, complete. What does that look like? That's terrible. I'd like all of those to appear not that way. Can I do that? I don't want to go overboard. So one of the things that, and I was mentioning Wim de Blois' book, it's nice that there's a lot of and he uses Tailwind CSS as well. It's nice that there's a lot of formatting in there, but sometimes that can get in the way of, wait, what are we actually looking at here? And so as a novice, especially if you're not familiar with Tailwind, you can be sort of overwhelmed with, and it's not just a Tailwind thing, you can be overwhelmed with the HTML structure of the page. And it's sort of kind of obscure, what are we actually trying to learn here? So I don't want to put too much sort of unnecessary, what they call extraneous, to use a cognitive load theory term, but I'm going to give it a try. And so this would be a class equals flex. And then can I do a flex gap? Can I just do a gap? And I don't want grid calls for this at all. I don't even want grid at all. There we go. Okay, perfect. So we've got 4 different buttons. Each one has a different endpoint. And so now what we want to do is we want to add the thif, because we don't want to show all the buttons. Right? This is the whole point, is that not all the buttons make sense. So if we're so we've got our 4 states, which are these. I'll put that as a reminder here. Oh heck, I may as well introduce the enum here since I'm going to need it. So it's going to be private task timer state current state. Let's go ahead and create that. We're going to create. I don't want to add a constructor parameter. I want to create the class. Darn you. I don't want to create it in a separate. Oh, So this is going to be an enum task timer state. I don't know why that. And so it's got waiting to start, started, paused, and completed. Now we get to figure out, and this is why this always feels a bit complex. And now I think I know what I want to do. So when I pull this code into the article itself, I want to actually get rid of all the formatting. So there'll be the sort of the one with formatting layout, CSS basically, and that'll be in the repo. But even this amount of format and layout obscures what's really going on. I have a project on the backlog. So there's a bunch of tools that are for sort of writing these blog articles, where it can pull the code in from a repo, but not and can actually pull sort of fragments of code, and so you mark up your code. What I actually wanted to do is basically drop all the extraneous formatting, because when you're reading the blog, one of the problems is, and even if you're reading this in a book, like all of this stuff is irrelevant to the main thrust of the article, right? Because this just make it look nice. But this is actually irrelevant to understanding what I'm trying to explain, but it takes up a lot of space, and it takes up a lot of space. And you could use other CSS, so you're not using Tailwind. That can make it a little bit easier, but it's still clutter, and it's still really irrelevant information. So one thing I could do is have the nice version that's Tailwind, and the one the article is just without Tailwind and using just defaults. And maybe I want to, and I'll have to do that manually because I'm not about to write the tool that does that, because that's a separate project and I don't need more projects. So if I take out the Tailwind, then this will become easier to see. Okay. So let me make a note of that. And again, this is one of those things where it annoys me. I don't know if it annoys everybody, and maybe some people like to see that, but I like to see just the absolute minimum that still incorporates the stuff I'm trying to explain. Okay, so we've got our different endpoints. So we need to add those here. This is going to be start, and so this is start timer task, task timer, timer task, task timer, task timer. So start task timer, pause task timer. And resume. Okay, so this is start. This is pause. This is all task timer stuff, so I can actually just delete that. Start, pause, resume, complete. And we start off in waiting to start. Now I'm wondering if I want to redo the URLs a little more. Yeah, I think I do. That's some fancy multi-caret work. So we'll take this word. No, we'll take this, put it here. Nope, I lost it. Try again. Take that out. Put it here. And then fix all these. Okay. Yeah, I think I like that better. Now I got to make the same change over here. It's a task timer, like that. So start, pause, resume, complete. Okay, great. Now we need to put in the model. We'll do an add attribute, current state. And let's be clear about that. That's current state. We're just say state. Might have to do a little bit more and pull out the task timer into something that has methods on it that we can do start, pause, resume, and complete. All right, let's do it. So our task, so we'll create a task timer, and we'll make that task timer, and it's got this in it. So this will be private task timer, new task timer. And this is task timer, current state. And so start, we'll do task timer start. Changes the current state to started. Pause, task timer, pause. Current state, task timer state, pause. Zoom. Let's actually back it started. And complete as task timer complete. Okay. So this we can make inner class of task timer. And then we can take task timer and we can move that through its own thing. Maybe. Yeah. Oh yeah, it can be final. Okay, fine. I'll make it final, even though it's really weird. Okay. So now I've got all the methods. Now changes all the state. And now we can, I guess we could run it. Let's add this to our index page. And let's run it. So all 4 buttons should be there. Although we're not displaying the state anywhere. Let's display the state somewhere. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to see what's going on. All right, let's do a local host. Go to this page. What did I do wrong? Oh, I messed up the header. How'd that happen? Oh, that's why I was complaining. Because it doesn't go there. Well, why didn't you say so? That's so weird. It's like it didn't tell me that this was an error. It just painted it pink. All right, let's try that again. There we go. So waiting to start, if I pause it, it's now paused. If I resume it, it's now started. Although I never technically started it, and then I can complete the task. There are obviously no constraints on are you allowed to switch states. I could certainly implement that, but that would obscure the whole the whole issue. Um, Perfect. However, now what we want is we'd like to not show all of the buttons. So we can go ahead and stop this. So the start button should only show up I actually don't need this action here, so I'm going to take that out. What we want is a th if state equals. So it only shows start if we're in waiting to start. So let's try that. Is the state not waiting to start? Oh, what is, that's not right. Hey there, Johnny5GR. Yes, for this specific example, this is exactly what I want because I'm basically showing here's how you would do it without HTMX, but you still want the buttons to be displayed based on state from the server. So here I'm using the thif to decide, and then that and then that will, because it's a form post, will cause the page to reload. And then I'll get to the example with doing this with HTMX that then does not reload the page. But I'm basically writing an example of to sort of make the HTMX solution sort of make sense for people who only know time leaf. And what am I doing wrong with the state comparison? I shouldn't need to say dot equals. Every time I do this, yeah, no worries, no worries. As a reminder, I never mind questions while I'm doing this step, even though I'm trying, I'm in sort of writing mode. I'm more than happy to answer questions. What am I doing wrong? Time leaf. No, that's. Should be equal. Is it not actually that? Uh, I guess it does need to be equals because it actually is a string. Right? Right? Hey there, natural born coder. Well, it's already a string in the template, and I'm already showing what that state is. And I swear, every time I do this, it's always like the the expression language just messes me up. Um, if I do unless, then it should show up, right? Because when I add it, it basically does a conversion using the toString. I believe that's what's showing up, because then it becomes a string. I mean, I could be more clear just to be sure. Yeah, so let's inspect. Yeah, so the current state is this string. Um, and we've got all the form actions. And I'm doing a if. Hey there, Maodo. Welcome. Welcome from Senegal. I don't. Feels so stupid getting this hung up on just this single thing. Well, let's add in the next one just so I can move forward. So this one is th if. So you can only pause if we are currently if we are in the started state. Okay, that seems to work now because now I can pause. And I can't pause anymore because we're paused. I can resume, which does nothing right now, but it does change the state. And so now I can. Okay, I don't know what the heck was going on before. But actually, that might have been correct. Natural born coder. So probably it might. So it looks like it was put in the map as an enum, but when we did a th text, that's when it called it to string, and that's why. So I should have listened to you more closely. All right, so that's what's going on. Okay, great. So now we're past that. So let's go back here. So I guess I could, if this were the do I want to convert it to an enum? I don't think so. All right, so the start button can show up when we're waiting to start. The pause button is only active when we're started. The resume button should only be active when we are paused. And the complete task is active when the state is either started or paused. Because if it's waiting to start it, you can't complete. You have to have started the task. If you started it, then you can complete it. If you paused it, you couldn't have paused it unless it was started. So that's our state machine. Okay. Let's take a final look. So here we have only the start button shows up on waiting to start. We start it, and now we can either pause or complete. We can pause, we can either resume or complete, and then we can complete the task, and now we can't do anything. And that's what we want. Well, that was quite a bit more work than I thought it would be. But now we got our time leaf decides controller. Next is number 2, which is we can return a different template. Yeah, it almost always is, isn't it? Um, would have felt shorter if I hadn't got the enum string thing messed up. All right, so number 2 is we want to have different templates. So let's go do that. Um, so let's go ahead and create a template. We can probably copy this one. And this is the option of uh, so this is waiting to start. What the? That was weird. So the current state in this case will always be waiting to start. So we don't need this in here. And the only thing we show is this. We don't need the if. And we want something like that. And now we need a copy of this controller. We'll call this timeleaf state templates. And we'll change all of these to state templates. Um, so now here we decide on the template to show. And hey, we can use a switch statement. In fact, we could use a switch expression, which would be completely closed over the task timer's current state. Yes, please create the missing branches for me. Thank you. So waiting to start will return something. That will return something. That will return something. And that will return something. Love the switch expressions. So waiting to start will return the waiting to start template, which is, where is it? which is that one. This is started, and this is paused, and this is completed. So started will be so started started template. And from started, you can either pause or complete. And then we'll copy this from started to paused. And the difference is this is resume. This is resume. Otherwise, it's the same. And this is the pause template. This is always paused. So we got started, we got waiting to start, started, paused, and now completed. And completed is easiest because it has no forms. I guess I maybe want a new task. I don't know if that's too confusing. So let's try that one. So that's a different endpoint. Let's go add that to our index. And let's put this in another div. All right, and let's run it and take a look. Uh-oh. What is going on here? Oh, did I not change? No. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. It's saying I can't have two controllers. That's how is that an ambiguous mapping? How is that an ambiguous mapping? I don't understand. Oh, I missed one. Okay, it is complete. Yes, I agree. It is ambiguous. I missed that one. So I hadn't updated the post mapping here for this complete method. And so it was confused because I had already mapped that endpoint into the other controller. That error message was could have been a little better. Um, yeah, I think what would have been nicer is if the error message said uh, cannot map this URL to this method because this URL is already mapped to this other method. So that's why I was struggling to read that because error messages are hard. All right, that should fix it. Yes, that's fine. Good. Okay. Uh, yes, thank you. Just caught that. I must have missed that when I did the multi-caret autocomplete. That'd be fun to redirect to someplace else. All right. So let's go back to here. I want this one. Start, pause, resume, pause, resume, complete task. Whoops. Did I name the template wrong? Task timer controller template. Oh, yes, I did name the template wrong. And IntelliJ, you weren't helping there. Thanks. So if we start, then we pause, we resume, and we complete task. Great. Uh, I don't have tailwind on this page. That's not going to matter. All right. What does that look like? Good enough. All right, so that takes care of case number 2. All right, number 3 is back to a single template, but basically just a loop that loops over buttons. So let's go back to more like this one. So instead of that, that was a mistake I made last time, but not going through all of them. So this is going to be model and it says task timer. All right, and so we can close these templates. We can copy this one to be descriptors. And so here we get rid of the if, and we get rid of all the other buttons, all the other forms. Still have the current state here. And here, this action will be replaced and this text will be replaced. So, hey there, troll frags. What I'm actually writing. So I'm writing an HTMX and Spring Boot guide. There are other guides on the web, but this is mine. So I will certainly not finish it today, but make sure you join my Discord if you're not already there, and I'll announce it when that's ready. There's also a good book on HTMX and modern front ends certainly goes way deeper than I'll be going in this tutorial. So that's this book, Modern Front Ends with HTMX, and that's a book that's available on LeanPub. I'll throw the link in there. Whoops, wrong one. So that's the link to the Discord. So you want to join that. And so Wim has a bunch of articles also on, in addition to his book, he also has a bunch of things on HTMX on his blog. Just finding that. So this will also have the link to his book. Yeah, so that's something that there's some good essays on the htmx.org site that I recommend reading that talk exactly about let's see, what do I want to close? I can close this. So if you go to the essays, there's a bunch of things about especially like hypermedia APIs versus data APIs. So this is basically, are you doing like, what does REST actually mean? Most people use it as a very much like an RPC. So there's some really good time to read. And where is it? Yeah, so there's some good stuff here to read. I'll be touching on that because one of the things that I think HTMX gives you is not just being able to, maybe replace some logic in your time leaf template with something on the server, but it really sort of changes your point of view of sort of RPC versus true REST. And so you end up basically not building APIs, because most APIs, even though they may be called REST, tend to be very much RPC like, or RPC and or CRUD like, which are very similar. If you haven't read these essays, I recommend reading it. There's also a book that's free if you want to read it online. I forget where the link is. Link is somewhere. I'll have to find that. All right, so we now have this one. So let me go to my ensembler. Where I've got this, and we want what is it called? Action. So I want that, and I want that. Yeah. Yeah, time leaf takes a bit of getting used to. But for me, the HTMX stuff basically avoids a lot of the JavaScript you might write. Yeah. Yeah, so it's an architectural decision to make. Do you want, like, basically who's manipulating the HTML to change it? if you're returning JSON over your API, then you have to write JavaScript to transform that data. And so that's what that article on the HTMX site is talking about. Right, hypermedia APIs versus data APIs. So it's like you get data, what do? You have to transform it. Whereas if you get HTML, then you just stick it in wherever it goes. But I think our industry has gotten into a bad habit of always returning JSON and then leaving up to more and more complex JavaScript to transform it. All right, so model has button descriptors. So what we want here is we want th each where we get the button from buttons. And then for each one, our action is going to be button action URL. And this THU text is text. Or we'll just call it label. What this is going to do is it's going to loop through all of the buttons that we're going to add. And so this is data that we're going to be putting into the model. And we're going to have two pieces of data. We're going to have the URL, basically what endpoint are we going to post to, and then what is the text of the button that we're going to say. So let's do that. We've got the correct thing. So we still add our state attribute just so we can display the current state. What we additionally want to do is then add attribute buttons. And we're going to create some new button thingies. And you just imported something I didn't want you to import, didn't you? Yes, you did. You're just going to keep importing that, aren't you? So let's go ahead and create a record. So we want our button to have two things in it. It has a string for the action URL and a string for the label. So the first one is start, and it goes somewhere. But this actually needs to be a list. So we'll do a list of. And you don't want to import, oh, because you imported AWT again. Stop that. So let's see. So this will depend on the state, but we'll add all for now. So start, pause, resume, and have I been saying complete task? Yes. And the URLs are going to be That. Okay, so we've got our new HTML page. Let's add that to our index. Color puts button descriptors. All right, so let's take a look at that. So this should work. It's going to show all the buttons, but at least we'll have the state change. And then once we get that working, we can make it so it only shows the buttons you're allowed to do. Oh, did I get this backwards? Isn't it? Oh, it is backwards. All right. Oopsie. Bye. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Oh, I didn't do the div to make these line up. I'll fix that in a second. So we're currently waiting to start. If we start, the state changed. We can now basically pause, resume, completed task. So now we need to make it so that the buttons only show what you're actually capable of doing. So let's do that. Let's first add back the surrounding div. Oh, I have the each on the wrong thing. That's why. I'm like, I thought I did that. The thing we want to repeat is the form. So let's try that. There we go. Okay. And now we can make it how do we want to do this? I'm going to be a little redundant because I want clarity over abstractions. So we'll grab this one because it's going to be similar. And we'll put that here, but instead of returning this, we will say list of buttons equals. And so for waiting to start, what can you do? You can only start. I thought I had .list. Maybe I didn't implement that yet. When it started, you can pause or complete. If it's paused, you can resume or complete. And if it's completed, you can't do nothing. And I'd like this to be a list to be consistent. And now we can say model add attribute, the buttons, and we can just say buttons. Okay, so I think that's all right. Let's run it, take a look. Just thinking about testability, but that's a separate thing. So let's reload this. All right, so we're waiting to start. We can only start. Now that we're started, we can pause and complete. So we can pause. Now we're paused. We can resume and complete. We can resume. And now we can complete. And everything is as we'd like it. So those are the three options where you can solve the same problem using basically your Spring MVC controller and your Timeleaf templates. Of these three, if I didn't have any other choice, I think this last option is the nicest, because it has no logic in the Timeleaf template. And you still have to, and you only need to work with a single template. Where it can get a little bit iffy is if you want each button to be displayed slightly differently, then you have to push more things into what is your sort of your button definition. But that's the trade-off. All right, so now um, I want to capitalize HTMX, but that's not what they call themselves. Like the library is HTMX lowercase, so that's what we'll continue to call it. As much as it annoys me. Um, yeah, I love. Yeah, Markdown is great for. So this is my blog, and so my blog basically uses Markdown plus some additional sort of plugin like things. Um, I actually use Logseek for my note taking because I found it to be sort of the right balance of what I need without giving me too much, and it works across all the platforms I want. So yeah, it's actually so I think it's that. Yeah. So it's open source. The only thing that you might pay for is they have currently in beta testing a cloud synchronization that's separate from whatever. But since I'm all on Mac, I use iCloud, which mostly works. iCloud still has some frustrating problems where it won't always sync. And I sometimes have to kill the process that's supposed to sync, and then it starts again, and then it just works. Um, but it's open source. It still has some rough edges, but they keep making progress. So yeah, we'll check it out. So it's funny. This is where kind of depends on sort of two issues. One is it's not locality of behavior, but it's sort of locality of information. If you use a time leaf template, it means you've got controller code that returns the name of the template and then the template. But it really depends on the type of information you're going to be returning. So now we finally get into our HTMX example. And I've been doing this now for 3 hours. Is that true? Oh my God. And I haven't even gotten to the HTMX part yet. Oh man. All right. So let's write our example, which will kind of be like this one, except even smaller. So let's copy this one. So this will do yeah, okay. I don't know if it's easy per se. It's certainly there. you have to set up a context, and then you have to execute, give it the template, and then give it the context, which is similar to what Spring is providing through its model. So it's certainly doable. You won't find a lot of help, uh, but there is a way to do it. Um, but you won't find a lot of help if it doesn't. Like I actually looked at it because I was doing it for another project, um, but it was not straightforward, uh, because all the documentation and all the information you find on the web is all oriented around using time leaf with some kind of framework like Spring or others. But the interfaces are there because it's meant to be a template engine, and then wiring it up requires some glue code, which is what they provide. Um, so the short answer is yes. Um, the longer answer is it may not be as straightforward as you might want. Because one of the things that I wanted to do was for testing the rendered HTML, although this is a slightly different use case, I didn't want to go through Spring because why do I need Spring or not go through the entire, even the mock MVC part of Spring? I just want it's like, can you execute this method and give me the rendered HTML so I can assert against that more directly? So slightly different use case. But if you look at the time leaf docs, you'll want, not sure which docs you'd want. Probably yeah. So here it talks about how to configure and use and build the template engine. You wouldn't care about the resolver. Uh, and then here it talks about the context that you need to provide. And then how to execute the template engine. So essentially you execute the template engine, you say process, you give it, so unfortunately you're giving it the name of the view, which is why it requires a resolver. So it's a little bit more work than just like, here's the template text string, here's the context, and then give me the output. It's a little bit, again, sort of not straightforward. I guess you could write your own resolver because a resolver is an interface. But yeah, not straightforward. All right, so I've got my HTMX options. Let's go ahead and create a controller. Let's actually start putting these in packages. How about that? So let's put this in task timer. And then let's put the rest of it in that package as well. So this goes in task timer. Yes, I know. Go ahead. I'll get it. I'll get it there. And that one. And What else? And then these two. And what did I break? All right. All good. I'm going to take a quick break, and then when I come back, we'll work on the HTMX one. And I probably won't go for much longer because it's already been a little while. I will be back shortly. And see you in a few. All right. So now what we need to do is we need to pull in HTMX. That. I'm tempted to pull in the WebJar version, but I feel that might complicate things. What is the current release? Okay, so still 1.9.10. That is exactly the point of this article tutorial that I'm writing. I argue that why return JSON that is just going to get rendered as HTML? Why not let the server render the HTML? Why not? That's the way web apps have worked since time began, or at least since the web began. All this complexity of front-end applications, I think, is largely unnecessary complexity. So in general, I think it's better to let the server return HTML. So, because then you have the flexibility on the client to animate stuff based on the JSON. You can animate stuff based on the HTML as well. Not sure what the JSON. I mean, it's unclear what you're saying by animate. But if you're talking about using CSS transitions to animate things, HTML is fine. If you are doing something where you are doing something much more complex from a user interface standpoint, then you might want to write some JavaScript, sure. And yeah, you certainly shouldn't be parsing HTML. So I agree with that. If you find yourself writing JavaScript that's parsing the HTML that's getting returned, you need to rethink one of the decisions you made was wrong. Either the parsing part and requiring that, and so maybe HTML is not the right form for that. But the intent is not to replace all communication with the server with returning HTML. HTML is what you want to return if you're going to basically present exactly that with no changes to the browser and therefore to the user. But you may not need to do that. So you'd have to give me a concrete example of what you're thinking of when you say animate stuff. Because, for example, if we go to this. Oh, what did I do wrong? Oh, right, I did this thing again. Let's do this. Let's comment that out, and then so these should all be now what? Oh, okay. Turns out you can't have two controllers with the same class name, even if they're in different packages, because the default internal bean name that Spring uses is just the name of the class, which is generally fine, but in this case, not so much. All right. So I bring this example up to show what you can do, but in terms of what's being displayed here, all of the HTML that's making up what this timer looks like is not being done on the front end. All that I'm getting, all that this page is doing is basically listening for WebSocket, incoming WebSocket messages. And the contents of that WebSocket message are HTML that represent the exact state of the timer. And so, sort of again, rethinking the idea that the front end has to do everything. Now, you may not want to do it, may not be terribly efficient. Um, so it depends on what you're doing. But this is, I think, a really good example of what's possible. And so if we inspect the page, we see that this stuff uh, is just HTML and some CSS. All right, so um, sure, if your clocks need to run with precision that is smaller than the latency between the server and the client, I don't think the browser is going to work well for you either, because the latency is what, a couple hundred milliseconds. So if you need that level of precision, then sure, do that on the browser. But if you need to synchronize that across multiple machines, you're not going to have a choice because you, how else would you synchronize it? You're going to have to communicate that. And so, yes, you could do things like coordinate with, uh, NTP and coordinate with each other and do peer to peer and so on. And again, yes, if again, like nothing is the answer to everything. Um, but what are you doing that requires more precision than a quarter of a second? If a response takes 3 seconds to receive, the time will still be on time. Uh, it just won't update as frequently because it's getting the countdown information from the server. And so this is a fundamental aspect of hypermedia, of something using something like HTMX, is that the server is the single source of truth. So if for some reason there's some latency, or maybe you've got some slow proxies along the way, or something that's causing that much latency, um, then yes, you're going to get a very jittery timer. Uh, and you might have to then rethink what you're doing. But the timer will always be up to date as of the last message that it got. But if your latency is 3 seconds for everything, then then I'm not sure what else you're going to do. I mean, it all depends on what your application is going to do. So you're basically like, this is you may not realize you're using a technique of argument that basically takes every response I provide and throws a speed bump in front of it. And that's, I think, the wrong way to think about it. I think you need to think about is, what are you trying to do? What is your problem? And does something like this solve that? And not every problem will have this as a solution. So again, you're using the term animation, and I'm not clear what that means. For a drop-down animation, that's likely going to be running solely on the client, right? So transitions, those kinds of animations that don't require new data, yeah, absolutely, that runs in the browser. The point is that the thing that generated the HTML and the CSS comes from the server. So HTMX by itself, it's just JavaScript, right? So it's not doing anything magical. Um, and so you may find in addition to HTMX, if you want certain UI animations and aesthetics and accordions and things like that, that's not data. That's not state, right? That is how am I presenting that state? And that you can use something like Alpine to do that. But in terms of what is the current state, where does it get that state? What are my options? That comes from the server. All right, so we've got our HTMX loaded. This one is HTMX. No, because HTMX targets reloads, so it does not reload the whole page. So that's exactly what's happening here. Um, the only thing that's getting reloaded on this page is the div that contains the timer, right? So basically, this. Everything else remains. Anything else you have going on the page remains. So it basically it does a fetch or a get request and replaces the contents of this div with whatever came back from the server. So that's the benefit of HTMX over uh, purely server side and relying on the browser to reload the entire page is that you don't have to reload the whole page. So HTMX is doing things that you probably would do anyway if you wanted to say, I want to just have this portion of the page change without affecting anything else on the page. All right, so what we want here is we want this to trigger on load, matrix swap none. So what this is saying is when this div loads, it will trigger a get request to get the current state, current contents, um, and we'll look at what that means. Oh, hey there, Soy Tech. Welcome. Everyone dropped for dinner. Yeah, I'm gonna need to break for the day soon. Thanks for stopping by. I'm doing some HTMX and Spring stuff. Okay, so we got our current state. This will be targeted, so we're not going to have the template to display this. We're going to target this. Yeah, let's target. Actually, let's target the span. We'll set the ID to state. And then what we want is this entire div um, will go here. So for that, we're going to do a post request. Oh, but that's on the button, so we do need a button here. Actually, we don't need any of that here because that'll get loaded upon the initial load. So all we have to say is ID equals um, buttons. I think that's good enough. And so this needs to do a get request against HTMX options task timer state. There's a different endpoint from the thing that's going to load up this page in the first place. Yeah, so we're about to see what happens on the server side. So the goal of this is when this loads, it's going to immediately do a get request, and that get request is then going to go to the server, and the server is going to respond with two pieces of information, basically two HTML elements. One is going to replace the span here, and another is going to replace the button div here to provide the actual buttons. So it's going to return the HTML that will replace this content. I don't need anything else, do I? I think that's it. We could look at targeting. Yeah, I think that's it. Am I really selling it? I don't think I've sold it yet. So what we need from our controller is, let's get rid of this for now. This down here. So we want this page, this endpoint, to return this page, which is test timer option HTMX. And that's all it returns. We don't even need to put the model state because we'll get that separately. Now we need the get mapping that's going to return basically the current state and the buttons. So let's do a get mapping. And our endpoint is this. Now this one is going to be different because I don't want to use a template. So this is task timer speech. So I want to do request body on no, not request body. Response body. So what response body does is it says, instead of returning the name of a template, I want you to just return this string. So what we'll say is return, and we'll return a span. with the ID of, we'll do multi-line strings because that's going to be way easier. Span ID equals current state. And HX swap OOB equals inner HTML. Hey there, Hen. You can ask. Go ahead. We'll see how much I can answer. So that's the span, and then inside the span, we want the current state. And so what we're going to do is put a %s, and then we'll close the span. And then we will say formatted s timer current state. So let's see what that does. So that's this endpoint. Let's go add this to our index. All right, and let's take a look. We can, well, actually, I'll leave that open. Oops. Okay. So what happened was, and you may have seen a little flash of text change, is as soon as the page loaded, this changed, this span here, because it was triggered by this div here saying that it should, upon load, do a GET request. And what we sent back was we sent back a span ID. In fact, we can look at this if we look at network. And so what we see here is this is what got returned. And so then HTMX basically plopped it in, replacing what was there before. Let's see. So using the VM option, Java util logging config for logging purposes. What are you using? A framework? Are you using a library? What kind of application are you writing? Because that would depend on the framework or libraries you're using for your application. In general, I don't like passing VM options because those are often hard to configure. So I either do environment variables that get read in at startup time, but it totally depends on what application. Oh, so if you're using Spring Boot, you want to use the application properties to specify all of your logging configuration. In fact, you want that to have all of your configuration. Yeah. Because the nice thing about that is then you can have different profiles and it can look at also environment variables and things like that. So different frameworks will sort of configure things. So it's less about the web API. It's more about what is the context in which your code is running. And so frameworks will often do a lot of things for you. Configuration is one of the main things that the frameworks provide. And Spring has one of the most complicated, although for good reason, ways of configuring things. So yeah. So if you're using something like, you know, Javelin as your web routing and server support, then your configuration would be very different. It might even be completely up to you. Um, but in general, I don't like to put configuration stuff on command line execution because it's very easy for that to get munged or dropped, or you deploy it to a different server and now that isn't there. It's a little bit better if you're stacking everything inside of a Docker file, then you define that, but it's very easy for that stuff to get lost. And then all of a sudden stuff isn't working right. So I much prefer to have it a bit more visible in a config file somewhere, or in an environment variable if you want it to change across different environments. All right, so let's see. Can we do some throttling? What would that look like? Let's reload the page. So notice the current state here, and now it changed, right? So the throttling basically pretends it's a very slow interaction. And so that's where we can see that the page loads, doesn't have the current state until it fetches it and then loads that in. Now, if that's a problem, if you know you're going to be on a slow connection, then what you can do is when you first render the template, put in the current state so you don't have to wait for it to be updated upon load. But normally it's going to look like where you don't even see it. So that's just the timer state. We still need the buttons. So let's go and look at our buttons. So what we want is, so what happened here when we returned this, what this tells HTMX on the receiving end is, hey, look for the thing that has this ID, which is over here, and replace its inner HTML with whatever this is, and this gets to be the current state. Now, it turns out this element type is irrelevant. We could call it swap container, and it'll still work. And we can inspect it and show that it's still a span, because it needed something to carry. It needed an element to carry the information over, but then it threw away the actual outer parts, the element parts, because it's just replacing the inner HTML. And so I actually tend to call it a swap container to sort of show that this element, because it can be confusing. It's like, hey, I returned a span. Why is it showing up as a P or as a div? Because HTMX is not paying attention to this part. It's only paying attention to what's in between. All right. So in addition to returning that, we also want to return a bunch of form buttons. So the ID is going to be our button div, right? Because it needs to match this. We're also going to swap the inner HTML. And by the way, this case matters. It's all uppercase HTML. And then what we want are the buttons. So here we're responsible, because I'm returning raw HTML. I'm responsible for rendering that HTML. So let's go grab the HTML that we want. Oops, not that one. Grab this one. And technically it's the form container, but we're calling it the div container. Let's close these other windows. Why it's tabbing us off. And so here we don't want a th action. Because we're not processing this through time leave. So it's just a regular action. And it's a regular URL. So HTMX options. And that's it. So this will only show the form button, but we get to decide what this is on the server. All right, so let's rerun that. And there we go. There's our start button. And our start button looks like a start button, is a start button. It's got the form. It's got everything that we sent back. It's got the action, in a sense, hard-coded, but it's only hard-coded from the server. The client has no idea. Like, if we decide we don't want this button, we want some other kind of thing, then the client doesn't care. It just renders whatever HTML you give it. And so what we want is basically one of these for each possibility. So start, pause, resume, and complete. And then we do a similar thing to what we did for the model has the options, is now we decide how to render this, but we get to test this easily because it pretty much, we have code that says, based on the timer state, what HTML do we render? And then we just render it. And so there are all our buttons. And I gotta go change the security stuff because we move stuff around in terms of. Actually, why was that a 403? That was unexpected. Let's go look at our security config. Should be a permit all. Oh, it must have been an error page. That's why. So we want the dispatcher type matchers also to be error and forward. I forget how we do this. So it must have been an error. I'll have to figure that out in a second. Let me go fix that. Oh, I forgot to say .permit all. That's why. There we go. Let's try that again. I feel like this should be the default for security. I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, did I not say that those were posts? No, those are. Oh, because it's trying to do a form. Ah, okay. And this is the other difference. We don't want these to be forms because we don't want the page to fully reload. What we want is actually to use HX post. So let's fix that. Let me make sure the security thing fixed the error page problem. So still not sure what it was trying to do. Maybe it was trying to go to some other page. But anyway, I know what the problem is now, so that's irrelevant. Right. So we don't want the same old buttons that we've had before. What we want instead is the button itself. The type is irrelevant. Instead, what we want is an HX post to some endpoint. And that endpoint is that. And then we can get rid of the form and get rid of the form. And then I'll indent this a bit. And now, instead of returning a redirect, we basically want to return task timer state. So this is also a response body. In fact, all these are response bodies, which really is, I'd like this one to be not response body, but this there may be a better way to do that, but I don't know it offhand. And so now instead of these return redirects, we basically return task timer state. Let's see what happens. All right, so we've got our buttons. Now, what you'll notice is if we look at the network, we're getting a 403. Why are we getting so why are we still getting a 403 here? And we need authentication is on the WebSocket. Otherwise, any request should permit all. Right? That's the right way to do it, right? 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 Do we need to permit all first and then authenticate it? But how did the other stuff work? Security stuff, Spring security stuff drives me crazy. Just drives me crazy. Okay, that's what I thought. We can't configure the request matchers after we've done any requests. That totally makes sense, and that's what I had before. Um, but then I don't understand why any request permit all is not working. It's not a CSRF issue, is it? It is. It is a CRSF issue. Ugh. Because I'm doing a post, but I'm no longer using a form. So one of the nice things TimeLeaf does for you, and this is the downside of using of generating the HTML yourself, is that if you run it through the TimeLeaf template and it sees a form with a post, it will stick in a CRSF token for you. Since we are not doing that, I wish it gave some other error message than 403 forbidden when you don't have a CSRF token. Sigh. All right, so now it's working. And so now what we can note is that the page is not reloading anymore. So when I click resume, the only thing that changes are those things that were highlighted. The page itself did not reload. So I can pause, resume, and then complete task. And it's only these buttons that changed and this span that changed. The rest of the page remained loaded. The last step is now we only want to show the buttons that we want to show. But I'm going to stop here because I'm done. My brain's done. Hope you all learned something, but if nothing else, this made me make really good product. So I think one of the hard things about writing this stuff is the examples, and so now I have a really solid set of examples for sort of the introduction. Hi there. If you're going to ask something or make a chat comment, prefer English here. Otherwise, I can't know what you're saying. All right. So next time, so probably this weekend, I'll be streaming more on this. Basically, more on me just writing this article. So the next step is I want to write a test for this, to test drive this, because that's why I actually prefer going this way as opposed to going through the TimeLeaf templates. But I think I'll probably also create an example that uses TimeLeaf templates for these buttons. But the main thing that changes is, instead of having these buttons inside of a form that we submit the whole page, that we're doing an HX post. Oh, thank you. YouTube's algorithm. It's interesting. And so the two benefits of this are, um, it makes this page a lot simpler because all of the things that are varying according to state, I can change on the back end. And also, most importantly, is it doesn't reload the whole page. And so it's not obvious on this page because there's not much else on the page, but if there was a lot of other stuff on the page, you would see that it wouldn't get re-rendered. And that if there's other state on the page, you wouldn't lose it. And so as was mentioned earlier, you wouldn't lose any other listeners that you might have or things like that. I haven't gotten to that part. So right now I'm just always returning all the buttons, but that's not the final behavior I want. The final behavior I want is more like the behavior that I have for the other styles, which is so here the only options that are shown are the ones that are available. And that's what I'll end up with. And so I'll basically have 4 different ways of doing the same thing, so you can compare and contrast the different mechanisms. So I just haven't gotten to programmatically changing this stuff, and I'll defer till next time. All right. Thanks all folks for hanging out with me while I struggle with writing this stuff and coming up with the good examples. Um, I could do swap delete, but I may as well just reload the whole thing, because if I delete it, then I want to add the button back, right? So when you're swapping between pause and resume, somewhere you've got to add the button you deleted back, and so it's just as fast to just say throw away what you had before and show these buttons. Just throw away what you had before and now show these buttons. There's almost, I don't think there's any perceptible difference because it's all DOM manipulation that the browsers are optimized for. And I think conceptually it's a lot easier to just say, here's the new state, here's the new state, instead of just saying, well, delete this, but add this unless it's not there. And that's just too complicated. So I think delete the swap delete might be useful in cases where you actually are deleting something. So if you've got a row of contacts and you delete one of them, then yeah, then we should just do a delete. Yeah, why? What's the benefit, right? So for me, one of the benefits of this is I don't have to write more complex stuff than I need to. I can basically say 100% this is what is going to get pushed to the browser, and that's what they're going to see. Starting to play around with visibility, I'm not sure what the benefit of that is, and it just makes the code more complicated. So I'm very much in favor of simple brute force and let the browser and the rest of the world optimize it. Because if I'm going to get all complicated with different visibility and hidden and shown and all that kind of stuff, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm swapping the container. So the entire contents of the div go. So this goes away, and I get basically these buttons. Yeah, I mean, there's always a lot of ways to do everything, and I'm optimizing for what is the easiest to understand, what's the easiest to test, and for this kind of stuff, I'm not at all worried about trying to optimize performance or optimize how much data is being sent across, because this is bytes. And this is DOM stuff that the browser is excellent at. So I'm going to optimize for my understandability or the code understandability and testability. Yeah, because otherwise, you're writing a front end framework, and I don't want to do that. And that's the whole point, is to get away from that. Um, and I think there's a certain way of thinking about uh, like stop optimizing code. Like, I have to laugh because some of it is like, when you're using a front end framework, or even not, and you're just writing a lot of JavaScript. I mean, there's so many websites out there where it's downloading a megabyte of code. Like, I'm sorry, a megabyte of code, and yeah, okay, it's not a trivial app, but it's not that complicated. I mean, that's a megabyte of code, and I'm like, what are you doing? Um, so I'm happy to send across a few extra bytes each time with some request, because it's less than a K. So, which is way better than a megabyte. If your container contains an input field that has unsaved data in it, yeah, no different. Again, no different than if you wrote JavaScript to swap out um, input fields because you got some new JSON. Again, there's just no difference. You got to do the right thing. So if you have data in an input field, and the way it gets swapped out is because you did a post and it sent back data, then I'm hoping you send the data across with the post. Um, but again, it's just running JavaScript, and so if you do the wrong thing, you're going to do the wrong thing. There's nothing going to protect you against that. Yeah, and if you do a post, the server gets it, and it will put it back. That's what it does. Or it could leave it alone. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Like, that's the advantage, is if you've got, you know, 5 input fields, um, and you want to do a post, well, then don't send back something that would get rid of those input fields. Just, if it's interesting to, or useful for the user to reuse those fields with the content that they already have, then don't replace them. You don't have to replace them. It doesn't, uh, so it all depends on what are you targeting with your ID. So here I'm targeting um, basically actually this input this div right here, but you can return a bunch of different elements that target different things all over the place. So state is a funny word. There is user interface state, but the state that we're talking about, where there's a single source of truth, is application state, which is held on the server. So things like, if I'm filling out an address form, I probably wouldn't do this with HTMX, but let's say you're filling out an address form, and I drop down California. And because I selected California, it can now populate um, perhaps the zip codes that are available in California. So the GUI state is the current state. Maybe state was a bad word. Let's say I selected zip code first. Right, so I type that in. And so now there's UI state of the zip code. That's UI state. I haven't submitted it yet to the server. Or if I have a drop down of, is this being shipped, with one carrier or another, and that affected something else on the UI, well, that's UI state. But until I actually tell the application, I want you to process this, it's state on the browser. So browsers have state, but it's local state. And the idea of hypermedia and Helios is that the server state drives what you see on the UI, but there's still going to be GUI state, right? what form is shown and things like that. But what you get away from is synchronizing application state, and that's where you get really complex front end applications that I think are overkill for many use cases. Um, is the synchronization of application state. That's where you get in where I just see an overwhelming amount of complexity and bugs on applications, is because at some point you have to take the information that's in your browser and send it somewhere. Otherwise, what are you doing? Yeah, there's certain types of applications that completely run in the browser and don't talk to any server. Well, that's a different kind of app. There's completely a set of apps where you do need much more complex state manipulation on the browser. So, for example, Canva or Miro, right? These are very complex front end applications. In the olden days, it would have been desktop applications. And it's not until you hit save, or maybe as you manipulate things, it's saving all the time. But the rendering and the current state, there's a lot of synchronization of state, and that's where things get complex. But many, many apps don't need that level of state, application state synchronization across the browser and the backend. And state management is the source of so many bugs, because now you're out of date. And who's right? Is the client right or is the server right? And how do you know? And what if you missed a message transmitting from the client to the server and you just went on your merry way? And then at some point you had to synchronize it. And there are mechanisms to do it, but they are more complex. And so if you need that complexity, then use it. But a lot of times I see it's like, you've got a basic information business app here. You don't need React. You don't need Angular. Yes. Why not? If your latency is slow and it's a simple sum, then maybe you do that on the client side. But the minute you have other calculations, like what about shipping? What about tax? Does shipping affect tax? Is it inclusive or exclusive? Does it depend on where it's being shipped to? Does it depend on where it's being shipped to and where it was purchased? Now you get into domain business rules, and then you do not want to calculate that on the client. So if it's a simple sum of a couple of elements, sure, if because you want an immediate response, you do it on the browser. But once you get to anything more complex, you want the server to do it, because the server is the source of truth for those calculations. And it's very easy to not realize you've crossed the line from a simple sum of a few numbers to now re-implementing those rules on the front end. And now you have code to keep in sync between the front end and the back end. And that's where you get into trouble. Because now you've got the front end calculating things one way, you submit it, and then you look at your invoice and it's like, wait a second, that's not what I saw on my screen. And you do not want that. And if your latency is very long, where you might say, well, hey, what about getting good response times? Like, well, then fix that problem, because you don't want to put the same code that calculates the same thing implemented in even if they're both front end and back end in JavaScript, they're in different parts of the code base. You don't want to do that. The front end is great for manipulating things and getting immediate reaction to moving stuff around and typing, but there is no reason why servers shouldn't have less than half a second response time, other than your servers are too busy or you're writing code that's not great, or you're working in conditions that are not ideal for this kind of application, in which case maybe fall back to a different kind of application. Or maybe users have expectation that it takes a long time, right? If you're in a place where you've only got, downgraded 3G equivalent, um, That's the expectation. And it's certainly better to do it this way with an HTMX, basically a hypermedia-like design, than having that poor person who's on such a slow link having to download a megabyte and a half of JavaScript code, because they're not going to put up with that. So this is way better. And yeah, they might have to wait a second or two because they're on a slow link, but that's way better than downloading a megabyte and a half that probably doesn't even fit into their device very well. All right, time for me to go get ready for dinner and such. As a reminder, I have a Discord where we talk about all these kinds of things. So go ahead and sign up for the Discord. If you have questions about stuff you've seen on this stream, there's a dedicated channel for that. We also run a book club, free book club. So we're currently reading a book called The Programmer's Brain, and it looks at sort of how do we learn and how do we write code that is easy to understand, and what are the and really going deep into sort of a little bit about how our brains work and how that affects the code that we read. And so we run those every as basically Zoom meetings for 2 hours every Sunday. The next one is Sunday at 10 a.m. Pacific, which will be with the daylight saving time change. I think 5 p.m. UTC. Yes. No. Yes. Because it's 7. It'll change to 7 hours. So sign up at the Discord. If you're not already in the book club and you want to join, it's never too late to join. We're only on chapter 3, and you get access to all the previous recordings and such. So hit me up on the Discord. That's about it. So we do not stream the book clubs, mainly because I want folks to feel like they can talk about the things they are experiencing, relating what they read to their own experiences. We may do a book club where we stream it as well, but for now it's pretty much sort of anyone is available. Anyone can join, but it's private to only those who have joined. But if you do join, you get access to the previous recordings and transcripts. And so there's no pressure to speak or say anything or even be on camera. If you join, you more than happy for you to just sit there and lurk. That's totally fine. That's not a problem. All right, thanks, folks. I will see you next time. Have a good rest of whatever day is left for you.